think I'm all ready to start. Woodland Sage here. We will be picking up where we left off with Beat the Beast, All the Mods 8. It's a Minecraft mod pack that has a generally speaking overwhelming amount of stuff going on in it. I have to apologize immediately. Potential audio imbalances before we get into this. If anybody hops in chat, I would very much appreciate them letting me know whether the volume is at an appropriate level. My OBS for some reason is not actually developing an audio record, so that I was not able to actually balance it out. I'm going to listen in right now, so there will be an audio feedback loop. I'll have to apologize about this, but it should only be it should only be an issue for a few seconds. Honestly, it sounds like it can come up. Alright, does this sound about right? I'm gonna trust my gut. This feels about right. Alright, we'll hop into it now. Tonight I'll be drinking a little bit. Not shots or anything like that, just a nice casual night. We have with us a bottle of Black Velvet Toasted Caramel Whiskey. It is 70 proof, 35% alcohol by volume. It is a Canadian whiskey. Always put just enough in your glass to float the ice to get you started. Delicious. So a few things we're going to need to get started on as soon as possible. So we're going to need to venture into the monster-infested hellscape that is the area beneath our base. And we're going to need to restart the turtle. I have a feeling this is going to be a lot harder, easier said than done. Once we've resumed the turtle, we'll just make sure that he's topped off with coal, and he can continue excavating a 48 by 48 area. We'll use that as our basement and automate a lot of processes down there, such as industrial foregoing mods, which will automatically harvest trees for us. I don't think we'll necessarily be able to set that up today, but we will try to set up. Well, we'll have to knock down all the trees we planted in our field and begin using that for bees. Okay, I have coal. Let's get coal. I want to make sure that we have coal before we go down there and interact with the turtle. We will dedicate the rest of our coal, basically all of it, to him. Honestly, I am quite nervous about... Oh wait, we're gonna need a few more pipes too. Another issue with the turtle is that once we restart him, he's going to be at the new height that we restart him at. So we're gonna need a few pipes to get him up to our chest area. And since we're hooking those up, we might want to make sure that we have pen with us. Here it is, the configurer. Okay, we're gonna go down there and set up some torches. We don't want to be attacked while doing it. At least no more so than necessary. I am too fast for them to hit me. So I had hopped on for maybe 10 minutes off stream, simply because I was interested in showing off what I have accomplished thus far to a personal friend of mine. I assure you that I didn't do anything other than come down here for a moment, which is how I got that wild and horn, and I think I might have knocked over some sugarcane while I was in the server. Not a huge deal. Alright, this area's cleared out. Collect the turtle. Let's drop off. We can empty a lot of this out later. I just want to make sure that we have everything stacking properly. Ah, got a new music disc. Lucky us. Alright, this turtle. Alright, from this point on, he's going to want to dump behind him. So we're going to need to take these pipes. We'll be done now. Okay, that was quick. I definitely like this red pipe. It's fast. Feels good to use. Oh, we gotta give him fuel. It was pushing me along. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how much space I want here. I'm thinking we're already at Y34. I wouldn't mind maybe Y20. Say Y20 at most. I can't imagine needing much more space than that. Plus we have like 30 floors in the house to work with. Should be set for a while. Let's go and collect my torches back. So I don't want to waste them. Turtle will destroy them, and since they are entities, they will not actually be collected. Monsters are spawning in already. It's ridiculous. There we go. Alright, now that we've restarted the turtle, let's check out this music disc. Somebody left the faucet on. It's not exactly what I imagined it to be. Is this actually the whole disc? Wow. Okay. It's been processing copper for days. How much copper do I have? A lot. Okay. I suppose we should go over there and start harvesting them trees. Just to get them out of the way. So that we can start building our bee houses. Once I've actually harvested all this wood, I can't imagine needing a whole lot more after this. I have a whole ass orchard over here. So, the other night I had streamed Factorio on Twitch. I streamed 9 hours of it. I did the first hour and then my stream actually stopped working properly. So I had to start over. I placed 155 on the speedrun leaderboard for any percent. Out of like 158. So there were a couple of people that I did beat, but I wouldn't say that it's an impressive score. I was going for sub 8 hours, and I totaled at like 8, 14, 50 something, I think. Just shy of 15 minutes over my goal. Then, afterward, I was messing around a little bit. I meant to go to bed, but I was messing around a little bit with some branding things. Just making sure that my Twitch account actually linked to both my Twitter and my YouTube. And then I was about to roll over and begin going to sleep. And my neighbor knocked on my door. Come upstairs to get me for a really old feller that wanted to speak with me. The really old feller had a walker and wouldn't have been able to get up the stairs. Long story short of it all is that I've mentioned this before, but my HOA has decided to contract a company to evaluate construction projects that are necessary and required for our community. And this company has essentially said, oh yeah, every building needs everything done to it. New roofs, new siding, new electric, um, new gutters. Oh yeah, and we're gonna need to rip the windows out and replace the staircase and the patios. And you know, they might as well build this whole ass new homes for the price of this. It's gonna be somewhere around like $6 million. And in our community's treasury only has might be more than $6 million. I'm not good at remembering specific numbers. The treasury only had like maybe 500,000. So to make up for this, and with the interest from the loan that we would be taking out from the bank, HOA dues are apt to go up by around $350 a unit. They're already around $300. A little bit more than 300 bucks. So this would bring our HOA totals, and I'm not joking, around $700. So the members of the board they held a executive meeting with all of the rest of the homeowners on a Zoom call. In an executive meeting, you're not allowed to hear what they're talking about. And they came back out of their executive meeting, and they decided that they're going ahead with it, without consulting us, without taking a survey, without any consideration of what this community is capable of actually paying. And I work 30 hours a week. I earn 19 an hour at my security job. I work 3 10-hour shifts. I was able to buy my house at a pretty good mortgage. So currently, for housing, with my mortgage and the HOA, I was paying around $700 a month with those two things combined. Now I'd be paying around $1,000 a month, which I suppose might put me at a more average state of the economy with everybody else in regards to rent and such in my area. Which I mean, I have a 2-bedroom house to myself. I'm a homeowner. That being said, I can't afford this. I'm going to need to get a roommate, or perhaps try to work another shift. And working another shift would be a huge pain in the butt, because our shifts are 10 hours long, and we get like one person per route, right? So if I were to ask for another shift, I would have to do it outside of my zone that I'm used to, which means that I might have to commute to get to work. I would have to learn a whole new area. And I'd really rather not do either of those things. Anyway, back to the old man. The old man had been walking around the neighborhood trying to collect signatures on a petition to recall the members of the board so that the people could actually give their 2 cents about this and stop the loan from going through. Apparently, we only have like a week and a half to do this. So it's a little stressful around here. I feel like a lot of my neighbors are reasonably upset and concerned about the state of things. I speak sometimes as if I'm not involved. I find myself having been often the type of person that is best at I wouldn't say networking, but maybe strategizing. The thing is, I am a nocturnal not antisocial, but I'm a nocturnal being. I don't really wake at reasonable times to meet with people and talk, and like I could like come up with ideas. I was thinking maybe about setting up a Discord, but then somebody already went ahead and set up like a Google Groups. Um, I personally think that a Discord would probably make more sense. I've never heard of a Google Groups before. Um, but there's probably a lot of like this old guy, people that have no idea what Discord even is, but they've heard of Google, so it might be best for them to utilize that feature, whatever it might be. I know that there's a lot of homeowners in the area that are renting out their units, so their renters are probably going to have to eat the burden of the price increase, but the renters have no idea what's going on, and I think that getting news out to them could be useful in like forwarding this information to the owners should an owner actually not be aware of what's going on. But like I also think it's very important to be very conscientious of how we go about giving them this information. If we go around screaming, your rent's gonna go up, your rent's gonna go up, well, that could be seen as misleading or like threatening, intimidating, um, or just like false information. Like there is a chance that if you are a renter, your landlord will decide to eat the cost. I don't think that's a likely chance, but it could technically possibly happen, right? So like if you were to go around trying to alert everybody about this impending doom, well, somebody might try to sue you, I would think. Um, but yeah, I believe there are actions being taken currently to sue the board and to kick the board off of their positions and to establish a new board, maybe get a new property management company. Because good chance that the current property management company are the ones pressuring the current members of the board to go ahead with this deal. Potentially, the current members have been coerced. Potentially, they have been threatened. Who knows? One of the ladies on the Zoom call that is a member of the board has these really sorry-looking eyebrows, like she's got a very guilty conscience. Like maybe what she knows that she's doing is wrong, or that it's going to force people to move out. Like she just looks like in a constant state of fight or flight, and I don't know if that's just how she is always. Maybe she just always looks that way, but I really do not think that I am looking into it when I assess her in that way. Dude, I'm just gonna go to bed. I don't want to fight you, dude. Too tanky. I'm not gonna be able to. I like your little boots, dude. Alright, another. I had okay credit when I purchased the house, but not good enough credit to purchase the house. So my parents co-signed on the lease, so they're invested here too, and they're doing what they can to help out the situation. Uh, like the people in the property construction that did the assessment of like what types of repairs need done on the houses, they attempted to make a claim that I do not know how valid it is. It doesn't seem like it's likely terribly valid. They were saying that because of the work assessed that needs done on the house, um, if we were to attempt to sell the house, we wouldn't be able to have the houses be through the bank liability insured, which means that any projected home buyers would have to pay like as is, like, cash without like getting a loan for it. And like the issue with this is that let's assume that we go through with the loan. Who the hell would buy a house knowing that you'd be paying a $750 HOA fee over the next 20 something years? Honestly, it's ridiculous. Like, we're not going to be able to sell our houses now if this loan goes through. So we're honestly going to be trapped with these homes. Now, personally, I like it here, and nearly all of the things that this company has advised us to repair don't need it. And I'm not saying that like, oh, I'm a cheapskate. I just don't trust anything they say. But like, over the last 30 or so years, the property's been managed on a as-needed basis. So when it comes to like roofs, which are good for like 27 years or so, some of them have been replaced in the last 5. So like those ones don't need to be replaced. My granddad has been a very handy person his whole life, and his father was a woodworker, a lumberjack, and he taught my grandpa all he knew. And Grandpa says that a house doesn't need new siding unless the siding is rotting. You can prevent rotting with a fresh layer of coat every now and then. And when he was out here taking a look around, just for the shits and giggles of it, he didn't see any rot. He saw some places where some shingles are cracking, and like those individual shingles could be replaced, but the whole siding does not need replaced for this low level amount of maintenance. In the email sent out specifically describing everything that needs done, the contractor said that the railing on the balconies isn't to code, and it needs to be a certain inch height to be up to code. And somebody that is a member of the community that is also a contractor said that the code that he was referencing are in our adjacent states, but not necessarily here. So apparently the contractor guy just factually got code wrong and is recommending that we replace all the rails. Which, honestly, the rails need replaced anyway, in my opinion, but his reasoning is wrong. A lot of the rails feel loose. I wouldn't risk shifting my whole body weight on it, is what I'm saying. That being said, like, I agree that it needs done in that regard, but not because they're not high enough, not because they're not to code. Um, so yeah, this whole situation's been pretty messed up. If you're a first-time homeowner, like I am in this particular case, do everything you can to avoid purchasing a house with a homeowners association. So the members of the board of the homeowners association can do virtually whatever the hell they want. Like another thing to acknowledge with this particular case is that they had kept saying that they would open the their what do you call them? Their meetings up to general questions from the public on these Zoom calls, and so that we could give our comments, feedback, concern, and questions. And they just haven't been. So they just, in that regard, straight up lied to us. Oh, this is so much slower. Another thing that's going to be difficult is that apparently about 30% of the units in our community are actually owned by a property management firm. Property management firm probably has enough money to not care about this. And if they don't, well, they will probably find it easy enough to just kick the people out and then raise the rates and then try to find new renters. So I can't imagine that this firm wouldn't agree with the loan, which means that we need to get 70% of the actual independent owners to agree to recall the current board. And what would that be? We'd need 50 out of the 70. Yeah, 50. No. Shit, what would that be? I'm not off my head. Screw it. We need the overwhelming majority of the actual independent homeowners to agree with this. I would think that it would be pretty common sense to agree with it. Of the members of the board, I mentioned 6 out of the 9 of them actually agreed on the renovation project. So there might not be any hope for us. We might be doomed to pay $750 HOA fees for the next 20 years. There's no guarantee that that's not going to go up again. As they say, like that's all projected. That's not accounting for potential issues during the process. It's not accounting for things that aren't accounted for now, you know? Absolutely pungent. Another thing that's been going on is been toying around with some ideas of faith. I was over at my grandparents' earlier today. disc still going? Wow, holy shit. Oh, okay, it's an ambience disc. That makes a little bit more sense. I like this one better. Okay. This is really all just wood. Alright, do I have any more shovels? Axes. Yes. I'd like to see if I have any gems that increase the percentage of durability damage. Ignoring. Not seeing any axes. Hmm. A lot of identical gems. And a lot of variation too. Not even sure if this can be sorted. If I take the nuggets out. It's like a lapis in there. Coke. Alright. Just move this chest, honestly. Got a lot of bug sounds, guys. Are you able to cope? That's so much better. Alright, axes. Axes. Shovels. Shovels, picks, and leggings. Crossbows. Alright, well that's not an option. Put this back in and just make a couple out of raw iron. Now I feel it would be in my best interest to disclose fully that I'm not religious. However, I fully acknowledge the importance of religion in society, and I think generally it's a net good. Um, I am not certain that I am willing to accept the idea of there being a God, but I do believe that there's enough historical record to claim that Jesus existed. Did Jesus exist as he was claimed to be the Son of God, performing all these miracles? I'm not sure that I believe that, but I believe a person named Jesus existed and probably did some pretty amazing things. I believe that there's a lot of key elements in the Bible that make it a good literary device to propagate a healthy society. The commandments, for example, are really straightforward. If you, and society at large, live by following these commandments, then the amount of self-harm and societal harm you do whilst living your life is significantly mitigated. I lean libertarian pretty heavily. I would prefer a situation and system where you don't infringe on other people's rights to do as they please, and in return, hope that they reciprocate those feelings and don't do upon you any harm. That's libertarianism 101, right? There's a classic non-aggression principle, those, where you simply say, whoever is the aggressor is in the wrong. And whilst I believe that's generally pretty good, there are flaws. Those flaws are when that lackadaisical nature comes into conflict with society, right? One could wrongly take the opinion that you should be able to do any drug you want. The only person you're hurting is yourself. The reason that's wrong is because if you get addicted to drugs, you end up a type of person that potentially ends up committing crimes to sustain your addiction. You end up a person that whether you want to or not, could end up hurting others to satisfy yourself. That's because drugs, in large, are an indulgence that is largely unnecessary for your well-being. So you are hurting yourself, and you're hurting the people around you when you do them. Unfortunately, a similar argument could be made for pornography. I indulge myself with pornography, and one could argue that that has made me lazy in the process of finding a mate. I am not exactly an old man, but to some people on the internet nowadays, I might be considered one. If y'all call Vesper grandpa, then I am as grandpa as Vesper. So I would say that, you know, pornography addiction is bad. You think, oh, you're just hurting yourself, but well, when you don't have children, who's going to take after you in the next when you get old? You then later become a burden on the state to provide you welfare when you are no longer able to keep care of yourself. Adultery, sex workers, same thing. You are actively participating in a society, in a work, if you want to call it a profession. I kind of disagree, but you are participating in a thing that just propagates random fornication, which carries the risk of pregnancy and sexual transmitted diseases. And you're not cultivating a special relationship with a loved one. You're just taking something that should be really important spiritually and physically, and you're getting it involved with people that are also going to continue to push drugs. And you know, I do security, right? And there's one property on my route that I am often finding hit the creeper. The creeper. Said hit the creeper. There's at least one property on my route that I am frequently finding men with prostitutes. And that property is a retirement home. It's never the old guys I see with the women. It's people trespassing onto this retirement home property to have their way with women that are being paid to do it. And I find that really distasteful. No respect for the elderly. Now, like, reason that I'm finding issue with all these things that quote-unquote don't hurt no one is because they are hurting somebody. And it might not be you, and it might not be an immediate hurt, but it does long-term worsen society. So whilst I don't necessarily believe that these laws are ordained by some deity, in that that, you know, in following them we are like worshiping him or whatever, because according to scripture and my understanding of it, you can follow all of the scripture all you want, but if you don't actually believe and worship God, then tough titties, you go to hell for eternity. And I think a lot about proportionality, consequence. If the consequence to not worshiping God in our finite amount of time that we can come to understand the circumstances around him and us is eternity in hell, that doesn't seem like an apt punishment. Like let's see it this way, right? A toddler doesn't have the knowledge that he or she would need to make sound decisions. We, by virtue of being mortals, have a limited amount of time to figure things out. In our limited amount of time to get things right, we have an eternity of punishment if we're wrong. That doesn't seem proportional. I don't think that seems fair. And I think that a deity that would be willing to do that definitely should have his character called into question. Now that's from the perspective of a reasonable, rational, mortal being. And as Christians tend to say, God works in mysterious ways, unknowable. It's just like, I understand why he doesn't make himself apparently known. That calls into question free will. He, from what I understand, wants us to have free will to choose to love him. But if he were to make it apparent that he exists, there's no longer the question of faith. It's just a fact. He's there. We know it. Everyone knows it. Deal with it. Then he becomes a tyrant. Becomes an unquestioned king. Only the most unreasonable person amongst us would choose not to worship him. We essentially, under them circumstances, wouldn't have free will. So I get it. But eternity? So I was at my grandma's earlier today, and I was asking her about some of these things. And Grandpa came in. And so I asked him too. Grandpa said that he believes that, there isn't like eternal suffering for getting it wrong. He says that Earth can be its own form of hell for people, depending on your circumstances, outlook, and you're born and all that. And that if we get it wrong, we'll just be put back in, have another go at it, emphasizing the idea of reincarnation. And when he started saying that, that made Grandma really mad. And I even pushed back on him, saying like, I don't know a whole lot about Christianity, but I don't think that that's supported anywhere in Scripture. And Grandma's just like, no, it's not. And he just gets that from watching Ancient Aliens. And Grandpa's like, some of it from Ancient Aliens. He tried to make light of the situation, but I felt like he really pissed off Grandma. I was given a study Bible with questions and alleged answers. I'm gonna try to read a couple pages of that every night going forward, just to see if I could rectify any of my concerns. I am really interested in this conversation, and I'm coming at it from a perspective of having been an atheist for a very long time, now generally considering myself more agnostic. I think it's arrogant to say for certain that I know for sure that God doesn't exist, which is the stance of atheism. That being said, I have a Quran. I have not read it. I have the Satanic Bible by Anton Salvador Levay. I have read that. It's a very entertaining read. Guy drips with charisma, as the devil should. But the ideas in the Satanic Bible by Anton Salvador Levay are very primal and honestly pretty damn libertarian. Um, he excuses the seven deadly sins as correctly labeled sins. His approach, however, isn't to avoid them at all cost, it's to moderate. He says that all of the sins are sins because they are earthly, they're baked into the human mankind's nature, in that it would be wrong of us to fight our nature, but he says that it is correct to have caution with that indulgence. Any of these indulgences can lead to self-destruction. And honestly, I find that to be very reasonable. Also, before anybody gets too concerned about devil worshipping, the name of Satanism, according to Anton Salvador Levay, the founder of the Church of Satan, um, specifically notes that they don't believe necessarily in a little red dude with horns living in a fiery pit called hell, as much as they don't believe in a sandal-wearing, toga-wearing god up sitting in the clouds. That the name of Satan was chosen because it means adversary, and because it was specifically inflammatory, that it would get people upset. Um, and he was damn right by that. You mentioned Satanism too. Anybody right of reasonable, and you're gonna have issues. And I remember back in the day, my friend's mom didn't want him playing with Pokemon cards because she thought that they preached the ideals of evolution and therefore were satanic. Like back in the day, uh, that was a big thing. The Satanic Panic, what it was called, in the, what, like mid 70s and late 80s, in like mid 80s, 70s and 80s. Um, Now, if you don't know, and I feel like I'm espousing a lot of information here, the Church of Satan was the first one, and it was by Anton Salvador Levay, and their quote-unquote rituals were more of an outlet to process emotions, which is anger and grief and sorrow. Um, Not that they necessarily thought that they were performing magic, but they were using these as a means to outlet and process their emotions and feelings. Um, and for the imagery of it, because it was like a LARP to them. Um, However, since then, in like the 2010s, maybe a little bit sooner than that, a new organization of Satanism came out called the Satanic Temple. Satanic Temple is very in-your-face atheist approach, like checkmate theists type of attitude, whereas the Church of Satan were very much like, hey, we want to be left alone, we leave you alone. But the temple is actively doing things like, this courthouse has the Ten Commandments is a giant statue in front, and that is the state choosing to propagate a religion. Therefore, since we are considered a religion under the state, we want you to put a giant statue of Baphomet coddling two children. This is something that the Satanic Temple did. It was to prove a point, but it was pretty tasteless. Um, and that's just the two different approaches. the two relevant brands of Satanism out there right now. Obviously, there could be some niche cults in the middle of the woods that are practicing a form of Satanism that actually involves like human sacrifice. I think both of the branches that I just talked about are very against that. um, there absolutely could be that type of thing going on somewhere in the world. I wouldn't be surprised. But I think what most people are talking about when they talk about Satanism is either the practices of the Satanic Temple or the Church of Satan. Uh, what do I know about Islam? I don't know a whole lot about Islam. I know that Islam is more than just a theology. It's actually the religion also has laws codified in their scripture that their people must follow, and it actually talks about how governments should specifically be. So the idea of the separation of church and state in a majority Muslim country is laughable. It just can't happen. Which is one of the reasons why uh, Islamic fundamentalists uh, end up bombing and suicide bombing other groups, particularly other groups of their own religion, because there are different forms of Islam, like there are different forms of Christianity, and they don't like each other. There's the Uyghur Muslims in China are actively being genocided, but these other Muslim countries don't give a crap about it because they don't consider them the correct type of Muslims to care about, which is sad. I don't think you should be necessarily prosecuted for your religious beliefs, regardless of what type of religious beliefs you have. I would have liked to think that they could put some of their differences aside and, protest China, but the Saudis are getting in bed with China right now. So all shit in this world, isn't it? I had been on call with my dad a couple nights ago. We were talking about the economy and the stock price of um, Bud Light's parent company, Anheuser-Busch, came up, and I was talking about how I kind of wish that I had been purchasing Bud so that I could participate in the boycott. And he had to have me explain to him exactly what was going on with the boycott. And once I did, which was about like Dylan Mulvaney, how Dylan Mulvaney is possibly only pretending to be trans, and even if he's not, his audience is primarily that of minors, and he's then using his platform to promote alcohol to minors, is very questionable. And my dad's like, I just don't see why anybody cares about that. And I'm just like, we care that the boycott's working because it's the first time the conservative right seems to have won any ground in the culture war. That's basically how I said it. Conservative right has finally succeeded somewhat in the culture war, and it's exciting. He got really mad at the idea of me calling our current political scene a quote-unquote culture war. Like, I would almost describe him as fully triggered. And I tried to explain to him, like, what's going on, how one side of the political persuasion is constantly getting arrested and prosecuted for doing fairly minor things, whereas the other side of the table does extremely egregious things and never meets any real consequences for their actions. I was talking about how there's an active investigation currently into the Department of Justice's one-way prosecution. Seems like the thing has been weaponized, and that there's an active investigation into it. And he just wouldn't see any of these very specific things that I mentioned as reason to justify the verbiage of calling it a culture war. I'm like, the conversation ended a little too abruptly for me to be able to make the point that I'm calling it a culture war and not a civil war, because it's not necessarily hot, despite the fact that a conservative had been gunned down by an Antifa member simply for being conservative in Portland like a year and a half ago. That person then fled up to Vancouver, and the police actually went to arrest him with a warrant, and he engaged in a shootout with the police and ended up dying. So at least that guy met some amount of consequences for his violent thuggery. But like, the idea that he would feel so emboldened to just execute a conservative for being conservative. There's just somebody he didn't know. I think this guy was just wearing one of them red MAGA hats or something. A conservative shoots him in the face. Absolutely insane. Like, no. Cannot justify the verbiage of war, even if it's just a culture war, not necessarily a hot war. Honestly, I get along a lot better with my mom. I think she's a lot more understanding and moderate. My dad says he's moderate, but he's not paying enough attention to be informed enough to actually have a moderate opinion. Like, my parents don't keep up with the news, specifically because it either makes them upset or I think that's what they said. They don't like watch. I mean, I'm glad they're not watching the news like on TV, because they would be equally ill-informed of things if they had been just like watching CNN or something. Because I know that they've been CNN watchers for a long time. And honestly, I find that repugnant, but it's my word of the day, I guess. I am quick to attempt to fill people in with facts about what happened. And when I am going fact mode, I can leave opinion out of it. But people often don't like to hear facts. Like, hey, I can tell you this and that happened. Not a question. This isn't opinion. It happened. And they say, no, it didn't happen. No way that something like that would happen here. Or, I don't believe you. It's like, dude, I drive around for 10 hours a night. What do you think I'm doing while I'm driving from property to property? I am listening to news. I am digesting politics. I'm keeping up with current events. I know what's happening to a better degree than you do. You're choosing to be willfully ignorant and then making unjustified opinions in your lack of knowledge about the current events and the state of things. Don't say that I am in the wrong for accurately calling something a culture war, when this is what we've been participating in for the last 5, 6, 7 years. So I ended up getting a bit frustrated. I'm not out here to lie to people. I am just expressing what I have heard, what I know of. I'm not trying to mislead anybody. The chances of me having been misled feel low. Tim Pool is one of the primary sources of my news. Not the only one, but one of them. Recently had a leftist on his show, and the this leftist was not able to make any compelling arguments to his cases. For example, they got on the abortion debate. And this guy said, it's a woman's right to choose. So Tim is like, okay, are there any limiting factors here? And the guy said no. So Tim Pool's like, what about viability? If the baby could be removed from the mother without killing the baby, if the woman doesn't want to be pregnant, she can end the pregnancy without killing the baby. And he said, so you're forcing her to give birth then? Then Tim was like, okay, well, how are you trying to define birth here? And that really tripped him up. Like, well, a birth means that you're delivering a living baby. It's like, well, if that's how you're defining birth, then yes, I believe that a woman should be forced to give birth. But she's not being forced to be pregnant. If she's carried the child to a term in which it could be removed safely without killing it, then why should she have the right to murder it unnecessarily? If she doesn't want to be pregnant, she can have it removed and it still gets to live. And he said, no, that's not acceptable. If she wants to kill it, she has the right to kill that baby. And everybody's like, what the hell? Okay, so like, should a pregnant woman be able to do meth? And he's like, no, because that would kill the baby. It's like, okay, what about a circumstance in which the woman says she wants to kill the baby, and the baby's viable. The doctor removes the baby safely and tells her that they killed the baby. Would that be okay? It's like, no, it's a woman's right to kill that baby. Like, what's your logistical flowchart here? Like, how are these thoughts adding up in your head? How does any of this make any sense? It's just, he had the talking point of woman has the right to choose, and was not able to articulate any other point other than his emotional opinion that a woman should be able to do whatever the hell she wants at any time, regardless of the circumstances. Unless for some reason it's drugs, in which case she shouldn't be able to do them if she's pregnant. But, you know, we weren't able to come to a conclusion as to why that's the case, because that's the leftist for you. I know that's not necessarily culture war, but that's just like, that's one of the recent things that's happening in the internet sphere. There's been a lot of videos over the last couple of days, like Tim Pool destroys leftists on, like, you know, I'm not watching the clips, I just watch the full show. So, like, I know how these people think. It's emotional. There's no logic to it. It's, as the group says, it's insane. There's a famous quote. It's a good thing the left has double standards, otherwise they wouldn't have any standards at all. It's a little mean-spirited, but it just seems to hold so true. On one hand, they say we need citizen policing, and then on the other hand, they say arrest the guys that detained a crazy person on a subway in New York and accidentally killed him because they weren't trained to do this type of thing. But, you know, abolish the police. Oh, and take away your guns so you can't defend yourself against these crazy people. So, like, they want the mass, they want the majority to be tyrannized by the insane criminal few. I don't see how you could argue otherwise. With these district attorneys releasing criminals from jail and not prosecuting them, and just this easy lax on crime mentality, encourages people to commit crime. And then, you know, God forbid you have to defend yourself from somebody that's doing something against you. Then they're gonna arrest you. The right is arrested for praying outside of an abortion clinic, whereas the left is free to firebomb courthouses and protest in front of judges' homes, which is illegal under an anti-intimidation law. Um, some of these Capitol January 6th trespassers have been in solitary for the last couple of years, and some of them were let in by the police on site, by the security on site, and one of them got shot in the face, Ashley Babbitt, and the cop that shot her hasn't met any circumstances, because it's completely okay to kill Republicans, but you know, you accidentally kill a criminal that is harassing people on the subway, that has actively kidnapped a child before, and suddenly, you know, everybody's out for your throat. So it's just unfair. It's what the right has been dealing with for like 15 years now. And like Bake the Cake bigot, right? That Colorado cake baker that said, "Hey, I'll make you a cake, but I don't want to have to write on your cake that would promote your gay marriage, which is a type of union that I don't believe in with my faith." Okay? He has freedom of religion, freedom of speech, to not be compelled to write things that he doesn't believe in. And this guy has been in so many like legal battles over this issue. Like as soon as that issue wrapped up in his favor, somebody went there with like a trans message, put a trans message on my cake, and then sued him for declining that too. It's like this guy is just constantly prosecuted for his reasonable take. He didn't say that he wouldn't make them a cake, just that he wouldn't be compelled to write a very specific message on their cake. So he's not denying a service necessarily. But you know, imagine if somebody were to try to have done that to a conservative. It happens all the time. Cancel culture. There are active millionaires in Hollywood that are scared to come out as conservatives because they know that they will be canceled, that their roles they won't be renewed for films. They were trying to cancel Chris Pratt for eating meat and hunting his own food. Chris Pratt is one of the funniest people I have seen in Hollywood in a while. I loved him on Parks and Recreation. He's done some movies too. I'm not huge into those types of movies, but like everybody that I have seen talk about him treats him like a darling. Until he comes down as being conservative, and all of a sudden it's like Chris Pratt needs to be erased from our media. It's like, because that's just how it is. It's a culture war. Dad, no, you can't call it that. You can't call it that. Pretty disappointing. He cares about me. I care about him. I think he thinks that I'm getting down like the wrong like rabbit holes, that I'm becoming an extremist or something, but like all of my positions are coming from a place of like coming from a place of research, coming from a place of reason. I am just observing what is happening around me, and I don't think that it's extreme to call a spade a spade. Block of wood up there. I didn't leave with my scaffolding. I should have brought my scaffolding. And I suppose I'll double down. If being informed means that I'm an extremist, then I guess I'm an extremist. I'm not going to be scared of labels anymore. I mean, what, back in like 2015, everybody was a misandrist? Is that their word? Yeah, everybody was a misandrist. And in like 2017, everyone was a racist. Just like, and now, like 2022, everyone's a transphobe. Like, I don't hate women. I'm not racist. And I don't hate trans people. I just don't think that trans is really a thing. You know, there's a big difference there. Comes from a position of hatred and ignorance, and the other comes from a position of, no, I just disagree with the whole premise. But, God forbid. I didn't realize how much wood I would have harvested. This is a crap ton of wood. Let's go drop it off. What else? Oh, I want to go peek on the turtle. I'm gonna need a new chest just for wood. I can't really imagine needing to go and actively collect wood in a while. For a while. They're almost indistinguishable from each other. No, we have more bookshelves. Okay. Stack of birch. Some more aspen. Mahogany. Yes, this is a crazy metal. These are all logs, too. startled me. Fur? Oh, I kind of want that. And I could go out and find a fur biome, I guess. It's fine. Expensive. I have a rug over here. Okay. There was another item called the no soliciting sign. I don't have those things. Red dye and green dye. Is green dye still made with cactus? Okay, we don't have a whole lot of coal left. We don't need to get rid of the traveling merchant, although I'd prefer to. Go check on Turtle. Bring a couple blocks that I can get myself back up. Alright, he's trucking along. Should probably go check on those chests, actually. Yeah, see, I don't want them to actually fill up. I'm pretty sure compressed cobblestone is in this. Yes, perfect. This is so much cobblestone. I'm glad that it's all working properly, though. I wonder what all the different materials that you can compress are. I think this mod pack has like the ability to compress just about anything. It's so much. What are the deep dark portals in here? Oh, my bad. Times 2. Go plus ultra. Granite. Supposed to. Oh, that is all granite. Okay. Dirt. Dirt. Granite. Granite. Damn it, granite. Limestone. I should just take upstairs all the raw ore. And mob drops. Oh. There are way too many enemies down here. Oh, they keep knocking me off. Oh, chest plate's gone. I utilized that creeper efficiently. Fire, grave dust, bat, gunpowder, essence. We'll hang the rotten flesh up in the kitchen. Under other circumstances, that would be a very strange thing to do. drops. Gems. Not really sure what those things are. Probably come back up here and place them up here. Let's go back down before all the monsters respawn. Nope, they're all back. Turtle? Waiting for fuel? Okay, well, it looks like its current dig is done. For now, at least. Pressed granite. Got all the granite. Nope. Granite. Normal granite. Press 2 and press 1s. Granite back in the first box. Now let's see if we can compress soapstone. Lord, he knows we got a lot of that. Oh, it just compresses into cobblestone. Okay, I don't want to compress it then. Could be a nice building block. That was my 10th spider KO. How brave. Okay, put this in the back with the other compressed stuff. Granite, soapstone. Limestone. Limestone be the next one we purge. Or soapstone. Okay, it looks like that doesn't compress. That also quirk. Quirk. Biomes you go. Compressed stuff in the back. How do I have more cobblestone? Thought I already compressed it all. Alright, as soon as we get some more coal, we are ready to start the turtle up again, so he can continue his unceasing journey. I fully understand the irony of taking coal from a place that he'll be mining later. I just don't have very much coal left. I'm gonna need to make another trip to the Twilight Forest and find another hill, which is gonna be its own shore. The disc. Do I already have that one? Hey, we'll equip that, even temporary. Another trident. Okay. Put that disc in that heart container. Leave me alone, please. Okay, toss these high damage old boots. I don't want that iron pick too, but get rid of this bow. Heavy wind, ambience. That doesn't sound terribly exciting. This pickaxe, let's see. Is it... Yeah, it looks pretty good. Okay, let's get back up there. Oh, bat wings. Okay, let's see. Boots, pants. Tools. Hats. Gems. Drops. Put these in ore for now, I guess. Makes a little bit better sense than putting them in gems at this point. Hat. Alright, what now? What now? What now? What now? Turtle's been checked on and reorganized. Let's take a sip. Should probably sleep. I think the phantoms are gonna start spawning soon. I don't regret what I did. I kind of don't want to break this axe. If I can reforge it, I think that'd be ideal. It is a nice axe. Hmm. Okay. I need to be reminded how to make apiaries. Okay, so beehive takes honeycombs and planks. Then from there, you encase it in planks, honeycombs, shears, and a campfire. You're gonna want expansion boxes. Yeah, that's simple enough, but I'll add it to my little member list. Need centrifuge. Okay. Is there a manual? Okay, and you still just shove wooden swords into blocks to make nests. Got it. Okay, well, it looks like I'm just gonna need to remember how to do this by checking the bees breeding on their tabs. It's gonna be a little eh. But for now, we should try to collect a little bit of honey. Because according to this, you need honey, honeycombs to even make a beehive. I need to find a beehive naturally spawning first. Wait, is the scoop still in this? No. How do I collect the honeycombs then? Hmm. Need coal for the campfires. Campfire looked like this, right? Yeah. I'm gonna set out with a pair of shears and a bucket, just in case. Okay. Now we just need to find a naturally spawning beehive. First ender pearl. Let's go. That was a little graphic, now wasn't it? Oh, yes. Let's add a waypoint for our home now. I already have one. Why don't I see it? There we go. Okay, we are looking for a single beehive. We need to be able to extract at least 3 honeycomb. Convenient. Surprised if we don't find any in this birch wood. I should have set out with my bee cages. You know, we're not far from home. Let's go back, get our bee cages. I want to kill this guy. Oh, hell yeah, a second ender pearl. I've killed 2 endermen and gotten 2 ender pearls. Since we're low on coal, we'll mine it if we see it. I think maybe coal bees are going to be the first that we prioritize. I just realized that the chest that the turtle dumps into, it might not be chunk loaded. Need to get back to base and chunk load that. Let's say the turtle finishes like a mining operation. He returns to drop the stuff off like what it should. Uh, he'd find himself just throwing items at the void. There we go. All right. Over here, we'll grab our bee cages. Let's go and collect that one bee that I had found. I should have set out with my what do you call them? Storage crates. Really no reason not to. So one thing that I think I may have made a mistake on last time I dealt with bees is I made their enclosures really small. And apparently, according to Minecraft Wiki, bees can travel like 22 blocks away from their hive, which honestly feels like a lot. Heard it? Is it? Okay, we have collected A, B. Whoa! Oh, there's a spawner there. Oh, thank you. This area is pretty neat. Hmm? A village? May have already looted this village. I cannot recall seeing this one before. Aha, fantastic. Another turtle. Alright, green carpenter collected. another waystone over here. I suppose there's no reason not to pick it up. Actually, I think we leave it. This is on the side of a flower biome, and which will be a very valuable resource to have, to be able to teleport to, once we start breeding. Okay. Another airship, or is it this huge dungeon? God has given me dominion of this land. A bee? Bee? Heard a bee? See cats. Where's that thing? Heard a bee. Nice, nice. That looks like a giant ass airship. While we're here, I suppose we might as well pick flowers. I believe we do have some bees ready to go at our base. feel like they changed the way that the gray flowers look. I don't remember them looking like that. Honestly, this should be a lot of fodder for breeding bees. Okay. Good time. There's my like for the night. Alright, bees. We're hunting for bees. Gotta find bees. We need to be able to produce at least a couple of honeycombs, probably from a natural spawning hive out in the overworld. Also. Yeah, give me a moment. I want to go and get some more ice so that I can pour me another glass of whiskey. Gonna minimize myself here. I'll still be in voice chat, but I won't be able to see any upcoming comments. Wonder how much I could say that I've gotten done today so far. Restarted the turtle. We've harvested an entire field of trees. Is that it? Can't say that we've gotten a whole lot done. We did some inventory management. Let's grab a chocolate while I'm here. Chocolate is the only thing I snack on. I got some almond rokas, cashew rokas, and some Lindor. I think I like the Lindors better, but if you're going for just like, both are nice and savory. I like the saltiness of the toffee. Alright, my second glass of whiskey's poured. It's ready to go. Back to game, we're finding bees. It looks like I have not really been in this direction over here. Honestly, we should look for a nice forest biome. Just a general staple vanilla forest biome. I think that's our best chance of finding a naturally spawning vanilla beehive. Although this does look really nice. I like this a lot. Prairie grass. Naturally spawning oil pools. Oh, hey, house. Oh, no, this is one of those villager things. I thought for a moment this could be a pillager place, but no, it's just the RPG minigame. A bumblebee. I don't think that the bumblebee is innately what we're looking for here. And I saw a blue collar bee over here. Where did it disappear to? Green carpenter. Nice thing about bees is you can hear them every time you pass them by, whether they're out of their hive or not. Got another bumble. I just don't. I think the bumblebees are rideable. I don't think they're otherwise useful. It's flying around like it's dripping honey. Interesting. Still looking for some honeycombs, some vanilla honeycombs. Let's take a sip. All right. Change my expression. This one looks a little catty. I'm catty now. He's not gonna have anything that I want. Is that all coal? Oh my. Yeah, look, we're low on coal. We need it. Honestly, I'm level 39. I should start enchanting some pickaxes. Maybe I can pull a Fortune 3. Get like triple the coal per coal block. Be huge. Is it right that the only way to get mending nowadays is by fishing? Or do you have to like trade it from a villager? I just don't know how a lot of these things work. Either way, I would definitely prefer to invest in the industrial foregoing modding mod applicate industrial foregoing enchanter. Although that has its own prerequisites. I need to set up a mob spawner in front of it to generate the monster essence necessary for the enchanting. It would be a project. of course. One I'm just not exactly ready for yet. Also, check that real quick. Okay, insight. Looks like it's only on helmets. There used to be one of these mods would enable XP boost on tools, which would like increase the amount of experience points you get for harvesting a block. That with Fortune 3 and Mending would guarantee that the pick, if you're careful with it, would just never break. It was really strong to apply that to the Giant's pickaxe from the Twilight Forest. Then I could just mine up to 32 blocks at once in a 4x4x4 square. I mean, it would only mine 32 if it was all cobblestone, and at that point it would drop a giant cobblestone block. But even so, since it would harvest all the cobblestone in one swing, you could then search a 16 or a 4x4x4 area for all the other ores. All things considered, I don't think it would be as useful in this, version of the game, considering they've changed how ore spawns, so strip mining is less effective. It was an absolute killer at finding materials in a strip mine. Absolutely brutal. Interesting that this place has basalt and soul sand and a couple of magma blocks down there. Aesthetically, it makes it very interesting, but like practically, it makes it very useful. Like if you haven't been to the Nether yet, a lot of Nether blocks around here that you otherwise wouldn't be able to get. I could make another. I think I will. I don't have any wood for a crafting table. Oh, I have tons of wood. Why are you here? Glowstone. I don't need it. I hate how this guy's just following me around everywhere I go. What else have I been up to? Talked a lot about politics and religion and my housing things. I'd say besides that, not a whole lot. Mentioned I played Factorio already, I think. I missed my goal by 15 minutes. That was a bit upsetting, but I'd be more than willing to give it another go. It's a game I do really like. Although maybe next time I won't specifically be playing for a speedrun goal, but just to play it and have fun. Then again, having fun, can you imagine doing something like that in my streams? Fun's not allowed here. Only try hard, all the time. I'm kidding, of course. My friends had me play Omega Strikers the other night. Downloaded it for the first time and gave it a go. I like the character designs. Particularly, there's a slime girl. I always appreciate a good slime girl. I don't really like how she moves around though, in like the lobby. Like you see your character just kind of like looking around there. She moves around kind of jerkily, like very bouncy. And I get it that they probably wanted to make it look like goo, all wibbly wobbly. But I would have preferred maybe more fluid motions. They made her look like jello instead of like, you know, water. Very, very, you know, wasn't the most important thing. It's just something that I noticed that made me like it a little less than I probably could have gotten around to liking it. There's a muscle mommy with big tits, big ripped abs, and large fiery orange hair. 10 out of 10 for that. It has its furry representation with the big ass hamster character. It's got something for the scalies. For I forget what his name is. It had a cool black like paladin guy. I'm not sure how I feel about the little black nerd lolly character. That was a little, maybe a little strange of a pick, but I'm not complaining about it. It has witches. I think witches have to be one of my favorite aesthetics for sure. Best one, in my opinion, I always think about is Ruby from Rosario X Vampire. Had like a sorceress character. It's unfortunate they had to have made this character bitchy, but they had a Neko girl with pink hair. I rather liked how she played, but she was really bitchy. Kind of felt like a lot of the female characters in that game were bitchy. So, points off for that, I guess. My friends are having fun with it, so I was playing along. Try not to get a little, you know, too try hard and sweaty, competitive. I just kept losing over and over and over again, and that sours you a bit. I thought it was funny to see that like Nanner's Sea-Dog VA, Voice Critical. There's a few other people in there that had like specific teams set up. I joined Nanners because I like Connor a lot. I probably would have picked Connor, but I don't think that his emote was like funny. Nanners one was. Nanners had Goro looking all creepy. Then my friends that were playing chose the whichever was the one at the top, which just had like the meme of the guy laughing face. Which honestly was a pretty hilarious looking emote. Oh? Oh, save me. Don't tell me I looted this one already. This is a full hit point anvil. Mine now. I thought there'd be a box upstairs, no? Okay. He's like, I've seen what you've done. You've stolen from this village. Sounded like I was about to start playing music. Yeah, I've already been here. Where am I right now? Right here? Yeah, let's head what is that, west? We're still looking for bees, guys. Don't forget. We just got sidetracked with a large amount of coal. Mission is bees. Don't any of you say bees nuts. This isn't that kind of stream. Sad thing is, I was pretty sure that I'd seen a beehive somewhere. I can't remember where it is though. Also, I'm pretty sure there's a chance for it when like a tree is planted that it grows and it has a beehive attached. And I just planted like a whole field of trees and none of them had that happen. Take a sip. What's all this? Brown bricks? I rather like the look of them. This must be another mine colony. Yeah. Not likely to find a beehive here. That looks fantastic. Shingles? No, that says it's from Domum something or another. Alright, add an architect's cutter. That's easy. Yeah, that's one of the benefits to exploring the world. You get to find out about all these new building blocks that you can utilize in whatever build you're going for. Looks like a bit of a birch forest down there. Need a bank to the right. But yeah, I'd be surprised if I don't find a hive over here somewhere. Remember guys, we found a bauble that makes us ignore fall damage, so no cheating here. B? Thought I heard a B. Regardless, what kind of bee we find, we don't really have the inventory space for it. We can plop down a waystone, teleport here and back again. Um, there we go. Okay, let's drop stuff off and then harvest that beehive. Yeah, we got a lot of coal from that. Good. Alright, let's try to harvest that beehive. It doesn't appear to be dripping with honey. I do not recall how this works. These bees should go back into their nest, deposit honey. When it's dripping with honey, I smoke them out. Go back to your nest, you son of a... There's a lot of vanilla bees over here. Well, we can kidnap a lot of these bees. Repurpose them. You just need those hives to be dripping with honey. Looks like he's pollinating. Take a sip. Alright, his little bee butt's dripping. And another. Wow. Yeah, wow. There's 4 hives over here. 5 hives. This one's dripping. Alright. I mean, using these 3 honeycombs, I should be able to make it just a normal beehive now, right? I kind of want to just make sure that I grab more honeycomb before I return, even if that means wasting a couple pieces of coal. I can afford it. I will take like all these bees with me. They will jumpstart everything. So I feel like I remember being able to do something like this. This could be incorrect though. Yeah. I think that's what you do to make sure that the bees don't like wind up in the fire. So I suppose that that's what we're doing here. For now at least. While we gather some honey. I just want to make sure that we are safe with it. I believe bees only come out of the front of their hives. Don't need to worry about unfortunate things happening to them. Alright, 15 honey. Feel like this is going pretty good so far. So, the bees aren't going to pollinate during nighttime, so we'll immediately rest. And then come morning, we'll hear all the bees pop out of their nests, like, all at once. We're not. Oh, to get another round of honey, I might opt to them. They're so cute. This is the best thing Minecraft has done in ages. Bees. Go to your hive, bro. Little busy, bro. They're not all smoked out, right? I thought the smoke just made it so that they wouldn't sting you. Most appears as if they don't want to go back into the hives. Well, no one said the bees were fast. Oh, there's more bees over here. What's a crow doing here? Okay, I was gonna say, I was pretty sure crows were only part of Twilight Forest. So cute. Not stuck, are you? I believe we are potentially at the point in which we start kidnapping these bees. It must be in the hives. How lucky was it that I found like 5 beehives all next to each other? Alright, you can stay here. Might be lonely, but you'll survive. Actually, no, you're coming with me. Okay, I want to make sure that the turtle's not like, oh, I need fuel critically. It looks like it stopped. Have at it, little buddy. Okay. Wood. That should have only made 60. Oh well. So I was just able to make 8 beehives. Shears, campfires, combs. I just used all my combs. Oh well, I mean either way, this is a fantastic start. This means that we wasted a couple of campfires. Alright, now we have to be conscientious of how we go about doing this. It's almost sunset again. Ah. What would be a good block to make these bee houses out of? I'm a big fan of birch. It's got like a yellowish tint to it. Alright. So what's the next step? We need to make that bee houses. That's going to require material. Let's see, I'm feeling birch. Well, let's take a look at these mahogany planks. They might be nice looking. They are pretty nice looking. That's the mahogany trapdoor. I like that. We have a crap ton of mahogany. We'll use it. What would be a good block to complement the mahogany? A near red brown color. Almost feeling maybe like soapstone. What can you do with soapstone? Everything. Right, and do we have glass? Ship it. Looks like I gotta go and grab some soapstone. I kinda don't want to. Little parkour section just to get out of my basement. Yeah, it looks pretty nice. I do rather like that. That's nice too. Damn. Not exactly sure how I want to go about building these things. I'm super excited to get bees started though. I'm just figuring this stuff out, so give me a minute to decide whether I like it or not. So last time I had utilized trapdoors decoratively, also as a means to get the bees inside of the bee areas, and I think they were escaping through there. Also, last time I didn't have as many sturdy bee containers as I have this time. So I actually had to lure them around with leads, which I think was an issue. I like how this looks for like a dark, grimdark, like dungeon room, but for my nice little comfy little bees, I'm not sure. I think I might need to reapproach this design. Basically, I had done something like that, but I think I had done like a 12 interior tiles. I escaped sometimes, but not like all the time. I want to make sure that I'm not building on the edge of a chunk either. I think, yeah, this isn't the vibe I want to go with for my cute little bees. Maybe if I like doing like a villager. Yeah, if this were a room to keep villagers in, I think it'd be perfect. Also, I don't think it needs to be this big. More or less, I think I'm gonna build what I built last time. Minus maybe the trapdoors. Or maybe the trapdoors will just purely be decorative instead of functional. I definitely like this block combination though. I forgot that chest is still full. Okay, so I think last time I had used mostly birch, or maybe like entirely birch. I think I'd also used some stone for the roofs. I'm gonna use cobbled deep slate for this house roof, so I'm gonna avoid using my cobbled deep slate now. So I suppose we could use polished andesite. That would work instead. No, I don't want to go down there. We'll hold off on the roofs until we just have enough material for it. I don't want to backtrack and make several trips and crap like that. I think, yeah, I think we go like this. I have to, I'm almost certainly gonna have to chop down a lot of birch wood still. Not quite done harvesting. Oh, I should have left that on. How many times I'm gonna have to teach you this lesson, old man? Oh, you got lily pads. That's an awful deal.
Huh. Huh. Uh-huh. Huh. Huh. Huh.
No,
Huh.
that seems like a good deal. Could be very useful for setting up a farm later. It's charging 16 emeralds. I don't even know how possible it is to get a player head. Single player. Hopefully he's still there. I don't see why he'd be gone. Guy never leaves. Skeleton's just chilling underwater. Interesting. Thought they usually float.
Uh-huh. Huh. Uh-huh.
Beautiful. Almost. So I know I'm gonna need a lot of for all the different types of bees. Leave. This will be our between. This will be an outward facing row of beehives. That's the absolute wrong way to go about that. Alright, let's take a look from up above. There are in-betweens. This would be our like middle row, a walkway. Let's a bunch of birch wood here. Each of these little cubicles is going to be a different type of bee. My helmet's about to go. Damn. Suppose looking at these bees over here are going to be a little difficult, considering the portal. Considering the portal. I almost think this could be like one big bee room, like the default honeybees. Although I suppose there won't be much need for them after a certain point in the game. Just feel like coding brackets. Okay. Let's set up the big room first, since we only really have vanilla bees right now. Okay. Any campfires underneath these? I mean, they're not the normal hives, so I think so. I got some stone over here. Okay, let's see. I think originally I had used trapdoors up here. Even now, I think that that would look really nice. Hmm. Interior. I have a ton of dactyte back at home. I don't really want to mine too much of it here now. Just, this is just prototyping. I was thinking I was maybe gonna go with andesite. I spent the rest of my iron on shears recklessly. Let's go plant our bees in here and see if we can harvest honey this way. think this should be good. Okay, I need to chop down a lot more birch trees. Let's bring some dactite with us. Birch. Get your heart. Saplings. Yeah, this is coming along. We can get like any amount of bees actually producing over here tonight. Like I would consider that a bit of an accomplishment. Considering when we started we didn't have any bees or anywhere to put them. So I believe they can't escape from here. I'm excited to see if this works. Myself a little bit more whiskey, ice. Therefore, not enough to float the ice. Just a little bit extra, just a little something. Something, something. Black velvet toasted caramel. Alright, I saw him come out, he gathered honey and he went in. I like this. This is nice looking. I could even decorate it a little bit with these stone blocks out here. Ah, it's rather scenic, isn't it? To watch bees partake in their typical activities. I just need a few more honey and then I can make advanced beehives. So I kind of just have to, I feel like I kind of just have to wait until they get done with what they're doing. I could make more units, I guess. Might as well. Not exactly sure how high up these things are going to need to be. I think you need to extract the liquid from them and the items, so you need to have two slots. Tall ones, I can have one here and one in the back. But for the vanilla ones, I don't know. Hmm. Alright, alright. Coming along. Coming along. So I suppose the big question is, which of these rooms is going to be used for which type of bee? So a lot of the bees I need to maintain just for breeding purposes. Yeah, I'm liking this. I'm liking this. I think this will work out. I definitely need a lot more birch wood though. And I'm gonna need birch wood for the floor of my house too. Alright. Growing birch here not too long. Cut down what we got around us. This trio over here giving us our hardest battles. Have I died in this Minecraft run? Yeah, I have. I had to follow the magic key back to my corpse party. I was thinking about potentially just put in the saplings where I know I'm gonna need the beams. Just a moment's of thought about that. I was like, nah, man, I'm gonna have to get rid of all this. Be a hassle. You know, come to think about it, as long as I had a big enclosure and all the resources that each individual different type of bee might need, I don't suppose I need to separate them out. Hmm. Yeah, so right before I launched this stream, I had been passing out. I'm making a new character for a friend's Pathfinder game. Um, Let me do a homebrew ooze character. I'm gonna have the Meslon abilities and the Slime PC template. On top of like maybe one or two extra little abilities to throw in on top. It's honestly very generous. I don't want to go overboard with it all because I don't want to be OP. I've done something similar to this before where my character ended up just being like this unstoppable force. I like my character to have limitations and flaws. Basically, I'm making an acidic ooze. Um, that's a Meslon. Meslons are shapeshifters, so when I shapeshift into a human, I can disguise myself in any such way that I choose to. When I'm just an ooze, I can have a passive. I can require a passive DC 15 perception check to even be noticed. Um, Meslons have a spell storing ability. I was thinking about being a wizard. Now, an interesting thing about that is that a wizard's gotta keep a spell book, right? But if my body's made of acid, I would destroy the spell book. So my character, also oozes are blind. They have blind sense. My character is going to be carrying around a spell book encoded in braille on stone tablets. As for material components, they'd be destroyed if I touch them for too long. So I just have to make sure that I'm reaching into my component pouch and using them very quickly before the acid damage destroys them. Yeah, I want to be a wizard because I think it could be pretty neat. I was noticing that there was different arcane schools of focus, and I'm kind of torn between the elemental arcane school of earth, which would help me move around and utilize stone, which would be one of the few things that my acid isn't able to destroy. Or I could go with the transmutation, and that would allow me to get extra ability score, physical ability score improvements. I'd also be able to shapeshift my ooze into an actual elemental. My DM's already said that I could still be an ooze, but with like those elemental traits. Like I could kind of like apply both ooze and elemental things together. That's at a very late level, mind. The idea would be that I could potentially be both an elemental and an ooze at the same time and utilize the different elementals, planes and such. I'd honestly be more interested in it for the ability stat increases. I know it's a little boring, but like the ooze has the potential to be a very defensive creature, whereas wizards are generally very frail and weak. I could potentially get the utility of a wizard, defenses of an ooze, be pretty damn strong. Although I would think that all in all, it doesn't synergize necessarily as well as like my previous build, which is like an ooze monk combo. That was super busted. But it's not a character without a roleplay concept. My character is going to be trying to find out how he was made. These Meslon oozes are constructed by extremely specific and detailed rituals, and the art of how to make them is, according to the Pathfinder lore, lost. And so, as a wizard, he's going to be trying to figure out how to make more of himself. And also, as an ooze, trying to maybe figure out who made him. Maybe he can find answers as to how to make more of himself by finding out who made him. The idea is that he's going to maybe be wanting to make a family, but as an ooze, not necessarily able to. Additionally, he's going to be dealing with concepts of having a ravenous hunger for living beings, yet having been existing for maybe a couple of months at the very least, in a town of living beings, humanoids, that don't take kindly to being eaten alive. He's going to have to come to terms with like what he is and really like understand himself. Which could be a really good RP idea. Also, when it comes to like playing Pathfinder, I hope I don't necessarily come across this way, but like when I'm playing a female character, I might as well play a human or a humanoid. If I'm playing a male character, it's like, why not go monster? I think I just end up gravitating that direction. Oh, I should go and check on my bees. Might have more honey for me. Brilliant. Alright, let's go rest. Oh, and I have a whole bunch of trees to cut down. Anyway, I'm excited for it. Every time I get around to actually sitting down and making a character, I get pretty excited for it. But like the process of mechanically constructing the character, that's where I can get a little distracted. Before I started the stream tonight, I had been making my character and falling asleep. I think I had actually maybe passed out for about 15 minutes. But I had set an alarm specifically in case I had passed out to be able to start my stream. That kind of didn't go exactly as planned, because I wanted to start my stream, but if you're here for the very beginning of it, I was having some issue in which I couldn't actually hear my own, like, it wasn't providing me playback. I hit record, it wasn't really recording. Or if it was, it didn't generate a file. And I was trying to balance the audio so that the game and me were at appropriate levels. I haven't made any farms yet. Just noticed that while making a hoe. Like, I don't have any farms. I mean, I guess I got like, ooh, those are tall. Let's go harvest those. Six tall. Damn, that's a lot of sugar cane. Wrong chest for that stuff, but I don't really care. So yeah, I guess I have 2 active characters right now in tabletop. One, well, 3. In 2 campaigns. I have 2 characters in one of my campaigns. Which is a lolly vampire drow that is very... She's a bad person. Her character arc is going to be learning how to treat people properly. She has a Azamar slave that is a fighter. It was a gift from her beloved papa. The Azamar fighter has a broken mind and isn't able to communicate with the rest of the team. All communication goes through the vampire character, which has already caused drama in like the 2 sessions we've played of that campaign, and I'm loving it. And then yeah, we'll have a slime character, wizard, soon. The vampire is a sorcerer with a hybrid of vermin, bloodline mixed with pestilence, which honestly, vermin is like a third-party bloodline, and it overlaps with pestilence like heavily. So I just kind of took like the flavor of what I wanted her to be able to do out of both bloodlines, which was approved by my DM, to make kind of a hybrid between 2 of them, without actually going cross-blooded because they're terribly similar in theme in the first place. One of them has to do with bugs and like poison. The other one is just like bugs and controlling animals. It's like, I want her to be all about bugs. I don't really give a crap about the poison. And I don't really care about the controlling animals bit so long as it like doesn't have to do with bugs. One of them had like brew potion and one of them had enhanced spell. It's like their meta magics or the bonus. I gotta blow my nose. I'd like to go maybe another hour and a half, 2 hours tops. I'm feeling a little congested. Might want to call it a little early. Which sucks, because like, I only get to play Minecraft once a week. I'd like to make it a long stream. I've only been going for like, what, 4.5 hours? 4.25. I'm just not feeling particularly well. I don't know if it's the alcohol or the morning air coming in through my partially opened window. Pollen or something. That thing's just going around bullying. I don't think I really need leads. God damn it. I forgot to claim this area. I don't think I even have enough dirt to replace all this. 12? Oh, did it not actually destroy it? dirt. Okay, we'll rest up a little bit. Specifically filling in the bottommost layer because you don't want creatures to spawn in this hole later. I've played a slime monk before in a game one of my other friends is hosting. And he specifically wanted us all to be super OP. And it was fun for a little bit. Eventually it got really out of control. He was giving me the ability to choose like just any slime ability that I could find in the bestiary off of another slime entry. Just like add it to my racial features. And obviously I was trying to keep it maybe a little less absurd. Early levels I was picking some things like, okay, yeah, you need a passive perception of 15 to see it, or this slime deals additional ice damage or cold damage on its slam attacks, which I could then apply like cold damage on my unarmed strikes. Which is like understandable, reasonable stuff. It made sense, you know, like mid game I was I found like an ooze that had an ability where like when it could like harden itself like right at the moment of impact from a weapon to gain damage reduction and in thunder chance against enemy incoming strikes. And to balance this, he said like I had to specifically choose which type of ooze I wanted to take the traits from. Like, and I could only really kind of like take like if I were going with the magma ooze that could harden itself for DR. I also, if I was in that phase, I couldn't deal like cold damage, which makes sense. There are some things that make a little less sense because like later on I took an ooze ability that let my character devour the souls of any living creature it slays, and it had like soul sense, so it could just know where living creatures were around it within like so many feet. So literally nothing could ever sneak up on them, unless they could hide the fact that they have a soul somehow. And again, that was cool, but like, how are you going to explain that ability specifically turning on or off, right? It's like that was just like a constant. Um, and he gave me the ability to change size based on my maximum hit points, or my current hit points. So like at level like 14 or whatever, my character had almost like 200 hit points, I think. It was kind of ridiculous. I was just beefing up my con score like crazy. And I'm taking like feats that give you more hit points and such. And with the increased size, I could deal increased damage with natural attacks. So I could go into a gargantuan ooze form, or gargantuan form, and then flurry of blows, as a monk and attack like 5 times in one turn with modifiers of like plus 10 to attack and damage. And then also apply like at that point it was fire and electricity damage because I had taken like plasma ooze abilities. Plasma oozes are cool. They have the ability to magnetically levitate. They have an ability to emit a pulse of electromagnetism, which allows them to attract metal items or creatures wearing metal towards them, which then helps with them engulfing said creature. But yeah, this time around, I've told the DM like, hey, look, I don't necessarily want to be busted. I want to be a cool slime dude. I don't want to be broken. So like, choosing a slime and a character that's not a martial type, I think will go a long way to rectifying some of the absolute bustedness that had been my old slime character. Maybe. Nope. And it's not going to be the same character. It's going to be a different flavor. Yeah. But yeah, I was, just checking out these different arcane schools, and I found my eyes unable to keep focused on the page that I was reading. I think I passed out for a few. I felt like that could be what was happening, so I'd set an alarm to make sure that I woke up like at least 5 minutes before the stream started. Glad I did. I would have hated missing Minecraft. But yeah, also right now I'm feeling on a scale of like 10 is the most exhausted I've ever been. I'm feeling like an 8. I'm gonna need to knock out soon. Wonder if I'll be able to complete the hive area. Kinda doubt it. I suppose I should probably go check on my turtle soon. Make sure he doesn't need coal. Sometimes they just disappear. Where did they go? Hmm. Let's upgrade that to a 9.
Ha!
Objective. Survive. It is funny that I think I am on better progress to finish the B area before my own house that I've been living in. Also, it is very much a possibility that I have built too many bee houses. Darn. Once I get to breeding these bad boys, I'm gonna have resources out the ass. Yeah, it's gonna be early, but I'm gonna call it early. I'm gonna put in the rest of these walls, and then I'm gonna call it. And work on the glass and the ceiling, beehives themselves, and bees. The next session from now. Not often that I feel sleep calling me. It is right. I might actually sleep like 12 hours. I don't know. I mean, I'm up for. I've had 2 hours of sleep in the last 24 hours. Yeah. Yeah, I've had 2 hours of sleep in the last 24 hours. That's why I'm getting hit so hard. I have to reset the turtle next time I hop in. Yep. I said we're finishing with the walls. And no sooner. I need a lot more glass.
Ah.
No pity, no remorse. God, we're on again. then along the top. I don't think I have enough slabs. And if I do, via my planks, I'm not gonna have enough to make doors. Oh man, I'm waiting so hard. Didn't replant any of them saplings, did I? I'll make a bunch of trapdoors, I'll try to put them in, and yeah. Oh, that's like okay. Let's plant some saplings. Call it. I'll be streaming Chrono Trigger tomorrow. SNES night. Probably wrap up Chrono Trigger to be completely honest. Just have like the end game stuff to do. Black Omen, Death Peak to get Chrono back. Yeah. Desert enemies. We've already completed the Son of Sun quest. Rainbow Shell. Name a few of the extra stuff we have to do that we can do. They're all fully optional. Although beating Lavos at our current state probably be pretty hard. So they might be optional, but they're a good source of EXP going into the final fight of the game. Depending on how active I am feeling, how alive I am. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident that we could just beat the game outright. Tomorrow night be the last one. Then I don't know. I don't know what I should fill the Chrono Trigger slot with. And I could just do Terraria, Minecraft. But I think once Chrono Trigger finishes up, we'll continue SNES Night with A Link to the Past. I think that could be fun. Although I could probably beat that game in one sitting, so after that I'm not sure what we'll figure it out though. Oh, I suppose I should get a new screenshot for my next thumbnail. I'm gonna go take a picture of my bees. Adorable, cute little honeybee. Right. One of them hops out. There we go. Copy. Do we wait? Maybe we can get a better one. Maybe we can get two bees in this screenshot. Not sure it's gonna happen. I'd like one to be a little bit closer to the focal of the camera. There we go. Alright, I'll turn that into a thumbnail for next week, and then I'm gonna go to bed. I would like to thank everybody for watching tonight. If you are just starting your day, I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. And if, like me, you're heading out, be rest well. Good night, everybody.